Hey there, Sam. How are you doing today? Sorry about the delay getting the camera on. Oh my god, my contacts are still burning. Oh, that is not fun. Uh, well, we're gonna have to take a break pretty early on because I forgot to bring up anything to drink, including water, which I think I'm out of a bottled water finally, but we'll do that after the intro. Um, I say as I suddenly get very dry mouthed doing this. So, yesterday, for those who didn't know, I was massively, massively tired. As Sam can tell you, later on in the evening when we were doing our usual watch party after the Devon Chill stream, I fell asleep during the watch party, and yeah, I think I fell asleep during like the second thing we were watching. I don't remember much of it. I will have to rewatch it today. So yeah, I am hopefully a bit more awake today, thus a bit more energetic and all that fun stuff. I'm doing well, Sam. How are you doing today? And welcome in. Can't tell if that's an L or an I at the end of your name, so it's either Grail, or Gray Unreal Engine. Either way, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. Actually, how are you doing? For those of you new to the streams I do here, hey, Kiwi Kingdom, welcome on in. On Saturdays, what we're doing while I review my knowledge around OpenGL, apparently I actually don't need to review my knowledge, I just need to review my abilities with it. How are you doing, Kiwi, by the way? I have decided to do the prep work for the tutorials that will be the new UE5 beginner series, that I'll be launching soon. Now, I've already recorded the first 3 videos of it, which are about 5 minutes long. It gives you an idea of what we're covering. So the first one is installing Visual Studio for work with Unreal, or modifying it if you already have Visual Studio installed. The second one is installing the Epic Game Launcher and Unreal 5. Yeah, you can tell where that's going. Third is actually configuring Visual Studio for Unreal 5. I found it was just easier to have the install in the front and then the configuration at the end, mostly because you need both installed before you can do the configuration. And I just found it's sometimes slightly easier to have Visual Studio ready to go first. From there, it'll be a exploration of Unreal 5's user interface for those of you truly new to it, before we get into our first game, which we finished prepping out in the last stream, which I'll do a preview of, which was the Endless Runner. Very simple Endless Runner, nothing really to it. We will be doing it in C++. The second game, which we're starting the prep for, well, we've already started the prep for, we're continuing the prep for, is Smash Hit. Smash Hit is a mobile game, but we will be making a clone of it, and we will be doing it not as a mobile game, just because I don't want to get into that kettle of fish. If you can't tell what I'm doing, by the way, while I'm doing this really long intro, I'm still setting up because I got distracted by coding something completely unrelated. And because I got distracted, I didn't have time to actually prep anything. And after yesterday's delays, I wanted to make sure I was actually on screen in time at least. And I am now literally just finishing up that stuff. Now, because this is based on my tutorial work, I do need to point out that Patreon sponsors don't get access to the prep files, they get access to the tutorial files. And Patreon sponsors are the people who brought this content to you, who have brought this entire channel and everything we do here to you. And you too can help support this channel, and all you have to do is hit that like button down below. And while you're at it, if you've not done so already, make sure to hit that subscribe and notify icon. I just realized that when I went to check the video myself, the thumbnail was not the thumbnail for the thing. I'm very confused by that. But we'll come back to that statement in a moment. So yeah, hit the subscribe icon as well, and make sure to turn on all notifications. And if you want to take your support a bit further, consider becoming a sponsor on Patreon. Patreon sponsors get early access to tutorial videos and access to the tutorial project files. So not the stuff we do on Friday, which is just me playing around with code and having fun testing things out and making an environment, currently a horror game based on the moon. or set on the moon. The stuff today, they do get access to in terms of they get the final version of it, not the prep version. So what you see today is the prep version. Kind of a behind the scenes look. All right, with all that rambling done, let's get to it. All right, sorry for the very, very long. Why is my camera not on? Very, very long intro. Yeah. So where we left off at was having our player pawn work and our projectile we started setting up. Now, yeah, projectile also works too. We hard-coded it in a test, so one, we'll review what we did for the first game, then we'll take a look at the second game. And again, this is all really simple stuff. So this is a smash hit map, which is what SH up there stands for. So we go to maps here, map 01. This will be our endless runner map. And we're piloting this little cube here. Now, we only introduced some base concepts around UMG, movement control, and trigger volumes. It is meant to be an introduction to working with Unreal. You can see it speeds up a bit more as we keep going. Now there's nothing else at the end of this map. I'm just going to kill the character 3 times to show you how this works. First, we'll go off the edge here just so we don't have to do this forever. Notice my lives are now 2, and notice that I've lost my points. Points are on the right corner, and notice that as... the point's not working? Uh-oh. Oh, there are the points. I have 10 points now. Okay. I go over the edge again. I'm back down to 0 points. Now, we might actually want to add something into this to reset the timer, too. In fact, I might do that. And then our third death, we respawn, but notice, hey, we're not moving. Again, it's really, really simple stuff, but it's meant to get people working with it. Can someone please tell me, by the way, are the closed captions working? Because I'm not able to test them on my end. But let me know if the closed captions are working for you on your end. I did set it up to do closed captions. And someone was asking about it a few weeks ago, or a couple of weeks ago. Because it's saying they're not available, but on the other screen they are saying they're available. I'm a bit, shall we say, perplexed. Alright, so that's what we did for our first one, for our Endless Runner. For Smash Hit, we're adding in material, we're adding in some more. We're taking it a step further. So currently what we have working is, this is the camera moving. Now, it is moving definitely way too fast. And we will need to take care of that. Sorry, I was hearing a noise outside. I think my neighbor is just doing some gardening. Now, before we continue, unfortunately, my mouth is really, really dry. So I will actually have to run downstairs and grab myself something to drink, which most likely will be a Monster, sadly. So I'm just going to leave this up, and I'll be back in 1 second. Oh, Grail, my question was, are the closed captions working for anybody else? All right, I'll be back in 1 moment. I should have decided it was going to be a monster. There was no if about it. Because I don't have coffee, and I haven't had coffee today. So I just realized something else. I took a sip of that. I haven't had anything to drink today. What's wrong with me? I got distracted by stuff, okay? All right, so... right, so this is the player pawn for the smash hit one. The way I can tell is what I've included, I think. Just watch me be wrong about that. Yeah, it's the player pawn one there. Okay. All right. Just really quickly, I'm going to go back to our game state in our endless runner instead. Okay. What we're also going to do if we pause the timer is we're going to reset it back to 0. So we will take game time, and in this case we actually will need brackets. All right, and we're going to do hours equals 0, minutes equals 0, seconds equals 0, and milliseconds equals 0. Okay, there we go. That will reset the timer. No auto CC is not working on your side. Oh, thank you. I sometimes do that. Kiwi, I am not sure why my subtitles are not working for the live stream. They work on the VODs, but I am not sure what's going on with the live stream. All right, that will reset the timer for us. That is an MC monster can from like 3 days ago. That did not make it into my recycling bin for some reason. That's the monster can I'm looking for. All right. Sorry, my mouth is still very dry. We don't need the endless runner stuff anymore. All right, so for our projectile, you know one thing I didn't check when we were doing our projectile? Because I definitely made a BP version of it because we hard-coded something in. And it is a left mouse button. Cool. So when I do that... Okay, so we are definitely outpacing our projectile there. Which actually I think you can do in Smash Hit. I think that's entirely possible, actually. But not what I want to have happen. Alright, give me a second. My DPI is really wonky right now on my mouse. Okay, there we go. And let me just move this to the correct side so I can actually see the chat. That S in front of the chat screen, oddly. Don't drink that stuff. It hurts the heart a lot. Yeah, I know it does. But I don't have coffee and I need caffeine. All right. What I want to do really quick is I want to give the projectile a bit more of an effect related to gravity. I'm also going to up this to 5,000. And we will be dirty and hot load. This is what I get for editing a video today for YouTube. I was actually editing the second video in the series. And also working on some other stuff before stream. Alright, what is concerning to me, where's my F8 key? Is that thing has not been affected by gravity. So, we're going to see what constraints it has. It has none. Cool. All right. Oop. No one saw that. Give me 1 second. One of the things I forgot to do while I was on stream is to move my Twitter and my streaming services to a different screen. I mean, I don't do anything that's slightly bad. Yeah, clearly this is not going to be left up as a video afterwards. Yep. All right, so UE5 projectile gravity scale. Projectile API. This is what I want, the U projectile movement component. And we won't be doing anything with substepping. Yeah, let's just find gravity in here. You know what? We're also going to do the should apply gravity. So we are going to just come into here. Okay. What the crap just happened there? And we'll do apply, or should apply gravity true. Does that really just take... Okay, hang on. Okay, I guess that is not what I thought it was. That is just a get should apply gravity, not set. Why isn't that working? So let's just pop the projectile open again. And we'll type in gravity. Enable gravity. Gravity scale is still off here, so let's set that back to 1. Interesting. Okay. I see, the engine will... Yeah, you can ask questions. You can ask questions in the chat. Feel free to put questions in comments. I just wouldn't do it on this one. There we go. Okay, however, I am having a bit of an issue. Let's get to a higher speed. All right. We're gonna up that, and we're gonna do... Do we have a reference to... Okay. Well, that's gonna be a problem. We can't really do that on construct, can we? No. We can't do what I wanted to do. All right. So my first idea was to pass. Actually, maybe we could. Yeah, we're gonna try that. We're gonna first do a. First, we're gonna come in here. We're gonna grab the header for pawn. We're gonna grab that and bring it into base. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a attribute that is private and will be a pawn pointer player ref. Okay. If you join the Discord community, feel free to post questions in the community channels. There are channels for all sorts of questions to be asked. Ba-bum. Okay, we'll do it on event begin play regardless. And what we'll do is we'll set this equal to... I'm just trying to think how I want to do this. We're gonna do get player pawn UE5. I know we did this yesterday, but I always type in statics instead of statistics when I do the header. So, yeah. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna include that, and from there, all it is get player pawn, or sorry, Kismet gameplay statics. Gameplay statics. There we go. Gameplay statics. Get player pawn. And we're going to do get world and index 0. Okay. And then we're going to do a ensure. And I'm pretty sure I've done an ensure somewhere in here before. I have. I'm just going to steal this. Next what we're going to do is destroy. And actually, this is going to be a bit of a different ensure. First, we're going to do that. Then we'll return, just to be on the safe side. Okay. So next what we're going to do is we are going to take that player reference. We are going to get its current movement. So let's just pop over here and see how we're storing that. I think we're calling that velocity. But we could just do get velocity size there. Yeah, velocity size. So we're going to create a inline getter because I don't think we've done those yet. So let's just do that. And this one will be public. It will be u function blueprint here. Blueprint. The link for the Discord, by the way, is in the description below. Blueprint callable, and we'll do force inline, and this will return a type of f vector. Get get velocity size. Get velocity size. It will be a const because it's an inline. We're going to return. Actually, I think that's an pretty sure that is actually a float we're getting. Velocity dot size. Okay. Double. It is a double we're returning. Cool. All right. Hey, Daytech Studio, how you doing? I'll check with the translation later. Now he's off to work. Good luck. Okay, I'll see you later. See you on the Discord channel. Now, one small problem with what I just did. You know what? We might not even need this. We're going to call this double. This will be force multiplier. And we'll set that equal to all of this stuff. Cool. We're then going to take the initial speed and we're going to multiply that by itself times our force multiplier. No, it isn't. Don't lie to me. Unless I did something really weird here. Oh, I did. And then we're going to do the same for the max speed. And I'll fix that typo in just a second. I hate the mouse being, or the microphone being in the way. All right. Hopefully that resolves that issue. I am doing well, by the way, if I have not answered that question. What have you guys been up to recently? Anyone working on any fun projects of any sort? All right, let us then just restart the editor. Let's close all of this out. And let's get it running again. Also, I'm going to take my phone out of my pocket so it's not bugging me like it is right now. Oh, I have messages. Why do I have messages? People don't like me. All right. I don't care about that person live streaming. They're not a nice person. I'm only friends with them so I don't create more drama. Actually, I'm not friends with them. All right. Yeah, let's test this out. Make sure that it's doing what it should be doing. All right. So it looks like we're getting a bit of an issue here. So what I'm going to do is initial. That's all set. Gravity is all set. All right, what we're gonna do then is come down here and we're gonna put a breakpoint there. Okay. Hit play, click. Step forward one. I liked back in the day when you can hover over things. Cool. Right, so we are changing the initial velocity. You know what? Oh wait, no, not initial velocity, speed. Okay, so it's currently set to our default there. All right, that has gone up, and that has gone up. Cool. So if we continue, and get rid of that breakpoint, and then continue again. All right, it's adding them, but it's not, we're going too fast to see them. Okay. So what I want to do then to fix that is probably reduce our character's actual speed here. We're going to take our max speed and we're just going to reduce it a fairly large amount. Let's just go down by a factor of 10 there. And yeah, we can edit that anywhere. So we can just quickly come in here, set this to 5 and see how that looks. Actually, probably should have done it from here first. All right. So, hey, we're staying in front of the projectiles. Cool. Okay. Let's change this then to 25 and see how that looks instead. 5 was way too slow. All right, so what we need to do then is go work out what our maximum speed really is. We actually aren't using controller force anymore, so 25. You know what? Give me a second. 7,500 is our max speed. And we're just going to remove all of this stuff. Oh, nope. Too far. Cool. And then we need... so we want to be in current document only. Okay. So we don't need that anymore either. We don't need that anymore in this version. All right. Let's then go here. And that's going to be, what was the number I just gave a second ago? You know what? Boink. And then we will just up that to 8. All right, and what we'll do is we will come back in here, we will save all, and we will recreate this. So all we're doing is just fine-tuning that movement so that it's firing at the right speed. We're next going to actually have it fire based on where the mouse on the screen is. Here's a question for you. I can't remember how I did this. Did we actually, in the Endless Runner, put the input commands inside of the... player cube? We did. There it is. Move right. Okay. I was just curious about that. All right. Let's pop back over to this thing. Make sure everything is still set correctly. So we're going to look for initial speed. There we are. And then likewise, we'll come in here. And we're going to reset that. Okay, you can probably get rid of controller force out of the code. Okay, I messed something up in here. Okay, I've not messed anything up in here. Cool. Boink. 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 Okay. Interesting. Also interesting. Okay, hang on. First off, I know there's going to be a issue with regards to what we did here. We no longer need that done. And what we're going to do actually is multiply that by 1,000 instead. So in here, where we did all of this, we're just going to add in those numbers. I wish I hadn't done that. Okay. Now I'll try that again. And see what's going on. Oh my god, it's boiling in here. Oh, it's birdie outside though, so you'll have to listen to the birds with me. You can tell when I'm recording stuff in the tutorials by how many birds you can hear in the background. All right. Please reopen that one thing. Yes. Go away. Yeah, 75. Controller force 700. Okay. And let's hit play again. Oh, the projectiles are working. Cool. I do want to give the projectile one a bit more of a metallic shine though, so let's go there. And what we're gonna do is pop open the, what is your parent actually? That's not what I wanted. Oh, be the only material in there. Cool. We're actually just going to reparent that one. So what I'm going to do for this is just create a new material. I know this is completely unrelated, but I want this to be a different thing all in. Surface, yes. Opaque, yes. We're going to do default lit. All right, so we'll need, color. That's not what I wanted. Metallic. There we go. And then one for roughness. Okay. There we go. Cool. And we're going to just actually default that out to 0.15, 0.2. And then we'll change this to a grayish shade. There we go. Okay. Fairly simple stuff, I realize, but it's going to make it a little bit less annoying for me. Okay, so that would have been our M projectile. There we go. Save. Go here. We don't need the MI projectile version anymore. Yeah, go ahead and delete that. Hit play. There we go. All right. Actually, what I'm going to do really quickly is put a filter on for textures, and we're going to look for metal. I'm going to cheat a bit then, if I can't find it the way I'm trying to find it. Okay, what we're going to do is go to core, smash hit, materials, pop open the projectile again. Hey there, Connor, how are you doing today, man? And we're going to do a texture sample, and I'm just going to search for metal in here. Steel. Really? There is nothing? Cool. All right, I'll find something for later for that one then. That doesn't really matter. What matters is why the heck did this thing break? All right, we're gonna need to restart it, unfortunately. So let me just save all really quickly. Close this out. and then we'll get to it with actually working on the getting it to move again, because it stopped moving. All right, let's see this actually, see if this works. Come on. Thank you. Definitely faster than the other project loading up. How are you doing today, Connor? Oh, I've already asked that. Good, just hungover. Well, that doesn't sound like you did enough water afterwards. All right, what the shoot is going on here? Oh, okay. Why does that always smell like burning plastic to me? Right. This is going to be a painful place to put a debug. For anyone who didn't catch, that was inside the tick. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, we are moving. Just very, very slowly. Cool. So if we sit here for a moment. Oh, wait, it is moving. Yeah, you can see it. Oh my god. I can only see it because of the microphone forcing my eyes. The arm of the microphone here is forcing my eyes to focus on the screen differently. But look at the very bottom of the screen. It's no longer going to be blue in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and we've just lost the edges. All right, we are moving. And if you don't believe me, take a look at the bottom of the tile there. It will vanish in just a moment. Well, here's a question about that. Forward value. Oh, I see what I've done wrong. Okay, I'm an idiot. I changed the wrong variable. We do still need controller force in there. All right, that should resolve that issue altogether. And while we're doing this, we're just gonna drop that to 300. But I'm just gonna let this sit for a second. No, I'm not. I really am not. Oh my god, I don't have the patience for that. Control S, save, close. I'm not hot loading that with that change. And then we'll restart it in a moment. I'm really tempted to find out what my BRB screen is. Hang on, let's find out together. Okay. That is not what I intended. What does this screen do? Okay, that seems to be the same screen. That's a BRB screen. So I have a random screen that I forgot about. Open up. Yes, please. Thank you. Boinky. Okay. So I think it is still moving a bit too fast. We'll set this to 100 instead. And, oh, the window of the microphone. Sorry about that. With that at 100, what we'll do then is, yeah, I'm ignoring my use between speed. We'll make this 120. So all we're doing is slowing how long it takes for it to reach maximum speed, because I don't like how fast it gets to maximum speed. I will change the maximum speed as well. Yeah, this is all the fine-tuning that goes into the stuff beforehand. Sorry if you can hear something opening. I'm just taking a quick nibble of something because I haven't had anything to eat today, and I'm starving, yo. I normally have lunch before this. Okay. That definitely took longer, but still not happy with how long that took. Let's make this 180. Let's lower our maximum speed. You know what? We actually are going to lower it this way. Boink, boink, boink. Okay. Yay for the endless testing video. Instead of actually doing coding, we're just fine-tuning stuff. Sorry about that. But sadly, for this one, until we get this part working, everything else is secondary, because we need to figure out what bugs we're going to face with the projectiles. We've already seen them, by the way, some of them, with a moving object shooting those projectiles out. Now, yes, it would be easier to prototype this in Blueprint for rapid testing, but again, this new beginner series will be focused on the C++ side of Unreal. So, hey, I'm going to keep doing it the long way for the prep. Personally, if I were doing this on my own, yes. If I wasn't on a live stream, yes. I'd be doing this in Blueprint and then converting over to C++. Kind of like how we do on the Friday stuff with my personal work, but that is a bit more boring to watch, I would say. I mean, you get to see the logic, but because I've explained the logic once, I don't tend to explain it a second time through. No, I do, actually. I just move it off screen so you can't see it. I'm just thinking about it. You can't see the blueprint, that is. You can see the C++ side of it, because that's what's on the recorded side, the screen that I record from. Alright, so enough of me rambling at you again. Let me just go ahead and hit play on this, and that's a nice smoother start. For some reason, it muted the microphone when I hit the wrong key and I couldn't get to unmute. Don't know what happened there. Let's try that again with me actually talking. All right, so now that I have my mouse as well. So long as the ball remains ahead of our character, I'm happy with it. Okay. So yeah, our ball is working correctly. Cool. All right, now I might have just lied to you all. I might have decided that we're doing this in Blueprint first. Mostly because this stuff is a nightmare to do in C++ right off the bat. Well, not nightmare, but what I want to do. There's going to be a nightmare because there's going to be a whole bunch of different functions. So we're actually probably going to do it in C++ first. All right. Set player controller. So this would be show mouse cursor. No, we want to get that, not set. We want to set it, not get it. Show mouse cursor set to true. I really don't want to put this on begin play, but I'm going to. Now, this will be on begin play in C++. The reason why I don't want to do it here is I've now activated that node permanently, and I don't want that node active. But, okay. Cool. Next, what I want to do is, all right. This is the easy side of it. We have to do a little bit more first, but whatevs. Or we have to do a little bit to it, but we have to do more first. The whatevs is the stuff we have to do to it. We have to update this section in particular. Because what we're going to do is we're going to have the various balls that we're shooting, the various projectiles, come from in front of the mouse. So wherever the mouse is on screen, this is how we're going to replicate in the mobile version the finger moving to tap the screen. So for that, what we're going to do is we're going to get mouse position in viewport. Sorry for the wind on the microphone. I'm trying to shield the microphone as much as I can. You know, this doesn't seem right, and I'm going to cheat a tiny bit. Here's how I'm going to cheat. You're all going to see the UE5 version of the RTS tutorial series really quickly. So, hey, you get a little bit of a preview. That definitely doesn't seem like the right node to me. It's returning a 2D value. It's a vector 2D, yep. Which is exactly what I need, but I don't think this is the right thing. All right. By the way, here's a tutorial project with our new mouse movement. Wee. And our new zoom. And our new rotate. Also, I think we have buildings as well. Yeah, we have buildings. I haven't finished it yet, clearly. Thus the errors we're getting. Also, you can't build where the terrain isn't flat enough for it. Alright, so I'm just going to very quickly from this set of code steal something I did earlier, because I really don't think that's right. Player. Nope. Is it in the controller? It's in the controller, I bet. So yeah, this is a new version of the RTS tutorial. Much cleaner looking, eh? A set mouse position because I want it. Oh, hey, that actually makes my life a tiny bit easier. That means we don't have to make the changes here that I mentioned. Okay, so what we're going to do instead is what we did in the RTS series. Sorry, I was just checking what that number was because that's the number I'm going to need in a second. Okay, so the way that's going to work is we're going to do set mouse position. Nope. First things first. Let's try that again. Get player controller. Set mouse position. Okay, that doesn't work because it's a, not the right thing. I'm an idiot. I wrote a function for this, and I'm trying to actually get the function name. That's not right. Convert mouse. Okay, we need this still. Convert mouse location to world space. Okay, there we go. Okay, we need both the top two. So for world direction, what we're going to do is we're going to multiply to it. Actually, no, we're going to add, because we did add in the original. 150, but we want it as a float. So what we're going to do is add. And we're going to take 150. You know what? We're going to actually just create a variable for this. We're going to call this trace distance. WR type float. That'll be 150. There we go. Okay, there we go. We then need to add, excuse me, we need to add those two together. And then what we're going to do is instead of adding 150 in, we're adding that to it. Okay. Let's see if that's right. That's clearly not working right. Okay. Huh. Let's think about this for a moment. Let's break this for a second. Let's make this 150. Okay. All right, so I think I have an idea of what's wrong. Also, I just realized the camera isn't on. Sorry about that. All right, so what do I want to change here? Well, I think these are backwards first off. Oops, that's how I want to change. World direction stays there. And that goes into world location. Let's try that. It's still not right. Okay. Try it without any of this. In fact, actually, what we're going to do is go directly into here. And now I get annoyed. Mightily annoyed. Why is that an always center screen? hate when that happens, but whatever. All right. So the numbers are the same. All right, give me a moment. I'm going to use another cheat. We're going to use a Battle Royale prep. So I did aim offset there. And I don't know what the heck I've messed up. Kind of annoying. An hour in, and I can't tell you why that's acting weird. All right, so here's a Battle Royale. Let's go to the player. All right, we'll use this approach. So we'll stick with the get player character or player controller. And we will do get actor eyes viewport. I'm pretty sure we do this as a line trace. Yeah, we do. Okay. Just really quickly, I want to check something. All right, so the angles are right. It's getting the right angles on this one. Okay. All right, let's try multiply instead. Okay. Okay, so that number just wasn't large enough. Okay, there we go. So that is what we're aiming for. What is not plugged in anymore? You are no longer plugged in. We don't need any of this. That can go into there. Okay, so that's what we're going to convert over to C++ now. Are you plugged into anything? No, you're not. Okay. Thought I hit F2, but I did not. All right, let's go to our project settings. And in our project settings, let's go to input. And we're going to add a new action mapping. We'll call this one fire. And we'll make this mouse button left. Hey there, Chica. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Hoping COVID and all the other things have left you alone some. All right. So we're going to create a new event called Fire Event. And this will be we can get rid of this. We don't need this. This will be protected. This will be a void. And it will be fire event. It's going to take no arguments. Still sick, but not dying anymore. How are you? Dying, but not sick. Do you function? Blueprint callable. And we'll go ahead and we will add that in. All right. And now I cheat and move this off to the other window. Okay, so now what we're going to look for is UE5 spawn actor from class C++. Now we don't need the delayed spawn actor from class. Sorry, I had something on my teeth and it was driving me crazy. I know I should probably turn the camera off for that. Sorry, I'm just reading the documentation. Sorry, I'm bringing my account to the screen as I read it. I'm hitting the wrong thing. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm trying to get rid of something that's on my end. I'm trying to delete it as well, but I kept hitting the camera button by accident. We'll need the class, which I don't think we've defined that anywhere. We have not. So we'll need to include our projectile base. So we'll do include projectile base. And let's go to our projectile base and grab the A projectile base full name there. This will be a pointer, and this will be our projectile to spawn. There are better ways to do this, but for a beginner tutorial, I think that's the approach I am going to use. Yeah, that is what I'm going to use. Cool. So what we're going to do here is we need world spawn actor. And our class is projectile. That is not going to work. We need this as we need to get the class of the actor. Okay. We're actually going to tackle this in a different way. I've changed my mind how we're doing this. We're going to do projectile to spawn is equal to get world spawn actor. That's not what I wanted. I want the class type. Thank you. Okay. And then we do static class. All right, and then we have location, rote, and spawn info. Okay, so let's take care of the location first. So it's gonna be an F vector. Spawn local, and we're going to set that equal to I will deal with that in a moment. Sorry, I'm just thinking. We're going to set that equal to... Sorry, I'm just going to give myself a couple lines to think about this for a moment. Get world. Get player controller. First off, yoink. Actually, hang on. Let's bring this back for a second. That should return a pointer. And we'll do get actor. All right, I need to look up something. I need to look up get actor eyes viewport. UE4 or UE5, C++. Okay, that is not what I'm looking for. Okay, let me try something else really quickly. Get actor eyes viewport. Okay. There we go. Okay, I know what we're gonna do now. We're gonna do instead. We're gonna do a F vector eyes out. F vector rotation local, because that actually is all we need for the last bit. And we're gonna do eyes out, and then if I can find the ampersand key with the microphone in the way, rotation local. That can go there. That can go there. Okay. Why are you not happy with that? Oh, F rotator. I'm pretty sure this thing had said it wanted... Hang on. Not my day with that microphone blocking my viewport. Oh no, it's going to automatically fill it, sorry. Would it be helpful if I actually read that properly? Okay. We're also going to rename this as local as well. Cool. And then we need to do this. And then we want to do convert mouse location to world space, which does not seem to exist. So we're just going to grab that. A player controller, deproject mouse to world position. That is the name of what we're looking for. Right, so it is deproject. I would be curious if it allows that. No, it doesn't. Okay. I would have been very surprised if it did. I think it's get player viewport. The brackets in your code are really round. Not sure what you're referring to there, Chica. Oh, didn't know that function by itself existed. Yeah, there is the deproject one, and I'm just trying to figure out how to actually call this one because I've never used it in C++ before. Right, first let me put some spaces here. What we need is an F vector called world local. We need an F vector called world local for direction. Okay. Actually, we will keep that for a moment. We're going to ignore the fact that this doesn't work just yet, but we'll again plug in what I know we'll need, which is world location local and world dir local. Okay. From there, what we need is to set this, but we're going to do this without any of that. Now, what this is going to be equal to is eyes out local plus world local plus, and this one is going to be world dir local times, and then we'll create a new variable that will be of type float called trace distance, which will default out to 2000. And this will be projectile. Okay. And then I'm just going to steal the name just to make sure there is no typos there. All right. So that then becomes our location. Okay. Now, let's figure out how to use this dproject. Yeah, for a while, C++ has been using player controller get viewport while learning it. Okay, hang on. Let me go back up a bit for a moment. It looks like the controller iterator returns a weak object pointer, which has to be opened first. Get player controller returns a raw C++ pointer. It looks like the controller iterator returns a weak object pointer, which has to be opened first. Get player controller would return. Aren't I using get player controller? Oh, sorry. Okay. All right, so I did that backwards. Okay, and do I have the include already up there? I do not. All right. I didn't realize I was using the wrong one. I didn't even pay attention. Game play statics. Get player controller. And then we'll do get world. And we want the first player controller. There we go. Okay, thank you. I can't believe I cocked that one up. Put a Terminator here, by the way. Okay. Cool. There we go. Now we just need to worry about the thingamajigger that does the thing. Now I have in the other window a reference for it. Let me just find it. Oh, hang on. Okay, so hang on, we have come on, I don't want the spawn actor UE5 C++. Sorry, the thing I had was not actually what I needed. This is what I need. This should have the various overloads I'm looking for. Cool. So we have class. You know, I kind of want to use this one. And I think we are going to convert over to using this one. So we're going to create another variable called ftransform. And this will be spawn trans local. And we will do a ftransform. We'll pass in spawn local world rotation local. Is that rotation local? Yep, rotation local. And then we'll do f vector 1.0, 1.0, 1.0 for our scale. That's what I thought. That would have not worked. Okay. Oops, go back. Hey there, Making Stan. I am not working on the game engine currently while I do some reviewing of my knowledge of OpenGL because I was having some issues with it. Sorry, I'm just looking at the various overloads for. God damn this chair! The various overloads for it, and it's this one I'm looking for. So it's S transform const spawn. Yep, F. I have it backwards. So rotator, translation, scale. So we need this to flop. Oh, okay. Never mind. We don't. Or sorry, we do still. There we go. Okay. That one took me a moment. So yeah, that constructor, I thought it was translation, rotation, scale. No, it's rotation, translation, scale, which would explain why I was running into so many weird issues. And then that's the player controller. It's this one I want to use. So what we're going to do for this is we're going to just come down here. We're going to do projectile to spawn, get world, spawn actor, and the template class we're passing in is a projectile base. And then the class for that, or the U class, is a projectile base, and we're going to use the static class of it. And then we're going to pass in our spawn trans local. And now what we need to do is our parameters. So we still actually have, that would work without our parameters, but I have parameters that I want us to include. So we'll do those as well. Now, open spawn parameters. And it's a structure. So, hey, here we go. We only need to set certain things. Okay, so what we'll do here is create spawn param, and then spawn param dot, and then what I care about, by the way, how are you doing today, Making Stan, is our collision handling. So we'll look for collision. And here are great. Can you show me what's in? Thank you. Okay. So let me just grab that one. Just so I have a reference for it. All right, so we want to search for spawn. We want to set this equal to, let me just grab that again. Let's go in here. And then we want to adjust possible, but always spawn. There we go. And then we're going to take spawn parameters, and we are going to set that there. All right, let me comment this out just so I know what's happening here now. So we are getting camera direction and rotation. Or, yeah, camera view location and direction. We are getting mouse position or mouse location and direction. And this one, we are setting spawn translation stroke location. So I keep using location instead of translation. Making transform. Setting params for spawning. And then we are finally spawning actor. All right, now what we're going to do is just going to very quickly close out the project. And we are going to restart. Hi, Two Neurons. You have all my respect for what you do. Good luck and all the best. Thank you very much, Arnold. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day, by the way. And hope everything is going well. All right, let's make sure this actually works. And if it does, what we can do then is actually convert over the player control aspect of it. But we gotta get this. We gotta make sure this part works first. That saves us a little bit of time on debugging while we're prepping this out. Because if this part doesn't work, then we know it's this part. Whereas if we create our entire method we're gonna end up actually using, the error can be in one of two locations. It's just a bit harder to hunt down. All right, so we can open up the player pawn now. And we can do fire event. There we go. Let's get rid of that. And this fire event is literally the code we just wrote. So hopefully all of that now will translate over. We hit play. All right, something has gone wrong. First things first, it is spawning the actors. We can see them there. So what we're going to do is just hit, we're going to do this. We're going to do that, hit break, hit F8, and then we're going to see if we can find the one we just spawned in. I think we spawned one in. Let me hit play again. Let me also just repossess the ding thing. All right, so we're at 18 actors, 19 pausing, F8, and projectile base. All right. F8, please. Thank you. No, trace distance was included inside one of the calculations. Ah. I know what I did wrong. I know exactly what I did wrong. Okay. So I need to make one small change. It's working, actually. It's working correctly. We just can't see that it's working correctly. There we go. Now it'll work. So what was happening was we were spawning the C++ class of it in, and the C++ class version doesn't actually have any static mesh attached to it. It has a pointer for a static mesh, but there was no static mesh. So what we're seeing is an empty thing that we can't see because it's empty being shot across the screen. So what I'm hopeful to do is to be able to come into here and define projectile here and change this to that. Okay, hang on. I always forget this one. UE5. How to declare a class as variable. works. Yes, the Blueprint version is the child of the C++ version, so it's T subclass of is what I'm looking for. All right, so I'm just going to do T subclass of projectile base. Yep, Trico, you were about 2 seconds too late for that call. And then what we're going to do instead is grab this, come down here, and we're going to do projectile. Or, yeah, spawn projectile. Spawned projectile. Okay. And then what we can do instead of a projectile base is hopefully we can do projectile to spawn static class. We already have the class. This is a class. We don't need the static class anymore. There we go. Now let's rebuild it. Sorry, I'm giving Chica a hard time about being 2 seconds too late on that one, just because we have a bit of a competition, and whenever I ask him for help, I tend to rubber duck him. And if you're not familiar with rubber ducking, that means that by the time I have asked my question, I have typically have found the solution. Sorry, that should not have been a pointer. And he gets really annoyed at me for it. So I'm giving him a hard time that I found the solution, but I wasn't asking for the help quite yet, right before he posted it. He will kill me later for that, by the way. So if you don't see me for a few weeks, you know that he stabbed me. Speaking of which, there is a small chance that I will not be around next Tuesday. But I will get to that at some other point. Are you going to do realistic cutting of trees as part of the survival series? Unfortunately, I don't have the animations for that, so most likely I will not be, but I can't say for certain until I've taken a look at that particular set of videos, which I have not done yet. But we will see when the time comes. All right, there we go. All right, so everything is back up and running. Let's then revert our movement speed back to the correct movement speed and try it now. There we go. That's actually a bit concerning what I'm seeing. Interesting. Right. So why is that happening? So if you didn't catch what was going on, let me just start it again. Everything is normal. Everything looks right. Everything is shooting correctly. It's moving where the mouse is located. But now it's much farther out. Now that could be an illusion that we are seeing because we don't have the ground anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue to expand this out. We're just going to go up to 100 on this. And we're going to move the player start all the way back to the start of that thing. Alright, so let's just drag that on back. So I'm holding my shift key, by the way, to move with the object I'm moving. Oh, well, it is quite a bit way back. And to make my life easier, what we're going to do instead is go to top mode. And there we go. There we go. Well, it's definitely spawning the things, except for we're not seeing them at all anymore. I mean, I've spawned a whole bunch of them. There they are. Okay, so there is definitely something wrong with our setup. Cool. Let's break this for a moment, and what we're going to do is use the blueprint version to see if I screw something up on the C++ side of it. If it's still broken the same way, then the issue is somewhere in this set right here. All right, it looks like it's broken in the same way. All right, come on. We should be at the... There we are. Cool. So instead of what I've done here, I'm going to do get actor location like I did before. Nope. Get actor transform. We are going to split that structure. Rotation will go in there now. And return value for that will go there. And we'll try again. And we're going to hit F8 and see where the heck those projectiles actually are. Okay. Okay, so all right, let's take a look and see what's going on then. Okay, so we're getting the mouse position. You know what I want to do that's a bit different is I'm just going to take all of this for a moment. We're going to duplicate it down here. Okay. I'm going to break that for a moment. That's all we're going to plug into this one instead. See if that helps. Okay, so I think I know what I want to do. I think I have this. I have an idea of what I've messed up. All right, so we're gonna break this. We are going to make translation, make vector. Okay, that will go in there. Okay, we're gonna break this one as well. The Z will be that. The X will be that one. What then we'll do is boink Y plus our trace distance. We'll try that version instead. All right, well, we're closer to what we want. I have clearly messed something up. Oh, I know what I've messed up. Wait, no, I don't. X and Y is the same. Right, first, let's just go directly with that. All right, I'm overthinking this. Give me a second. Sorry for not talking. I'm just thinking in my head. Isn't that literally what I did a moment ago? No, it isn't. Okay. Shut up, stomach. Okay. All right. I might just need that. And then we're going to take this, duplicate that there, plug that in. And then what we can do is duplicate that. Boink. 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 Okay, at least we're closer to what I'm looking for. We're always in front of the mouse. They're always in front of the camera. We're just not moving correctly. Cool. I also did not hit stop like I thought I did. Just that movie makes it easier for me to think. All right, so you're saying it might be this plus vector, where vector is, and I have a multiply one somewhere here, where it's this. What are you saying is plugged into here? I'm assuming you're going to say world location. What did I mess up there? Oh, the forward vector one? See, that isn't going to work, by the way. I already know this one isn't going to work for what I want. It might do one of the two things I want, but it won't do the second of the two. So, get actor transform. But what we can do with that potentially, because that is doing half of what I want it to do, and is what you just said there. And then add that. Boink. To our so I'm just, even though I'm going to be deleting most of this in a moment, cleaning a bit of it up so I can see more easily. All right, we have actor location, we have mouse location, and we have view direction. What we want. Actually, hang on. We might be way overthinking this. I might have just way overthought this. I don't care, that was a wrong command. Boink. 5211. 520. 529. 0. 0. Shouldn't it be the case that projectile transformers only change in the Y and Z and player X? That's what we tried earlier, though, and that didn't work. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong one. Okay, hang on. Boink. Unless I accidentally plugged it into the Y and didn't realize. Also, it'd be helpful if I actually, you know, plug that in. Okay, hang on, screw it. We're deleting everything that is not actively being used minus this thing. It is the Y and Z changing. I gotta put some washing on quick, but I feel like using the line plane intersection like I did from the top down ages ago would help. That way you can trace from behind the camera and get the plane that the camera would spawn. Alright, let me try that one. Line plane intersection. Alright, well, we're gonna pop over to here and do line plane intersection UE5. In case that actually works, we'll leave the C++ documentation open as well. Line plane Kismet Math Library. I'll send what I did on Discord, but it's a different use case. Yeah, I know. What I would like to know is... find the intersection of a line and an offset plane. Assumes a line and plane do indeed intersect. You must make sure they are not parallel before calling. Sorry, my screen's dirty on the corner, so... Alright, let's see if this works. There we go. Got it. We just needed to strengthen the amount we were doing it by. Okay, might have strengthened the Z a little too much. Let's go back down to 10 for the Z, I guess. right, so we know that this is mostly working. We're going to take this for a moment. We're just going to copy it. Actually, we're going to duplicate it. And then we're going to do float plus float. And then we will do, that goes into there. Cool. I'm going to worry about that later, I guess. What? Okay. Cool. That was definitely not what I expected to have happen there. Okay. Right, let's try this one now. Alright, that is not as good as the other version. Five, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. 2, 4, 2, 4, 8, 2, 4, 8, 2, 3. Okay. Right, and then the Z is still off. So we'll do a multiply on the Z. Hey there, Sergey, how are you doing, man? We'll do this at 10. And we'll try it that way. Multiply it by 0.5 instead. Probably won't work, but I am just desperate enough. Just want to try something. Oh, crap. I got some standalone. Still. I only did that to test them with the viewport. All right, so okay, let's think about this. Let's just think. What is happening is that it's following the mouse correctly on first off, let me just, even before we continue with this, set our movement speed back to actually existing. And make sure that we aren't running into an issue where we eventually can't actually see these things spawning in. Alright, so we've resolved that issue at least. You're going to want to change the speed again. You know what? I have an idea of a project of my own that I want to look at as a potential solution to this. Gonna go back to the new RTS version. And we're gonna take a look at that. Sorry for yawning. An hour of trying to resolve this one bug. Welcome to when I don't do any prep work, and we are making the prep work. That was intentional, by the way. Alright, so... Okay. Lovely. Alright, so long as that issue doesn't happen on this window, we'll continue streaming. If that issue occurs on this window, we will have to stop streaming, because I will need to restart my computer. That was completely strange, by the way. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna do this a different way. I'm gonna do get mouse. Sorry, get player controller, get mouse position. All right, Y is our Z now. X is our left, right. So up, down, left, right. That's the part we care about. Okay. So if that's the part we care about, our left and our right, and our up and our down, then we're gonna take the player location. And we're going to get rid of this thing for now. We're going to take the... Okay, so this is up and down. This is left and right. So... So that becomes X. So we're going to break. You're going to make. So that is that, I think. And for now, what we're going to do is go like this. Okay. This is just to test it. All we're gonna do is gonna test it. Okay, that's working, but we're gonna have to we're gonna revert that back to 0. Okay. However, it is backwards. Okay, I should have known that. And so what we're gonna do then for this is we're going to multiply it by -1. And we're gonna go into there. All right. Oh, fuck off. Sorry for swearing. That was at the screen. Okay. We're going to not do that. We're going to divide. Or we're going to inverse the value. Cool. And then we're going to multiply that by 10 for now. Go into there. I'm getting random bugs, like, all the time. Okay. So it is inverse, though, I thought. So we started a small number. Sorry, we started a small number and we work our way to a big number, but we need that to be backwards. Okay, so we're on the right track, actually. We want to go this way. We just need a bigger number there. Maybe a ridiculously big number. Okay. Cool. That's working in a Z now, kind of. More so than it was earlier. Zero. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's try that instead. See what's going on. Maybe use the min function, min between current mouse position or 0. Problem is 0 is right here and right here. Not -1 I want. Hang on. Let me just move this way for a second. There we go. That was not the simplest thing I thought it was going to be in the world. Wow. All right, let's make sure that actually works correctly. Okay. That was painful. Very, very painful. Start deleting things we're not plugged in. Actually, hang on. I hit delete like multiple times. All right. Boink. Boink. Okay, are you plugged into anything? Oh, hey, we're still using your rotation. Cool. Get player rotation. Get rotation. Get actor rotation. Boink. Okay. Make sure this works again. Okay, there we go. All right, back to converting this over again. Yay, because everything we did pretty much has been, you know, undone. Right. All right, so I'm just gonna pseudocode this really quickly for what I need to do. We need to get view port size. Sorry, view port size, which will require an F vec. No. it requires a something. So we'll worry about what that requires in a moment. We need to get mouse position. We need to clamp X going into, I think, Z. Yeah, going into Z. We need to clamp Y. So no, X does not go into Z. X goes into Y. We need to clamp Y into Z. And then actor Z to Z. Okay. Those are the steps we need to go through to get that to work now. So while I could just open up my RTS C++ code and literally grab the first two bits of this, I'm going to be a bit cheeky. We're going to do get viewport size UE5 C++, get viewport size. That is not the C++. What library are you in? What library? You are in cosmetic. Target is widget layout library. Cool. Well, you know what? That means I'm definitely just using the C++ code from the thing. The other stuff I've done. I know that was very descriptive on my part and was probably so very helpful. Okay, come on, load. You've done next to nothing today. I mean, I did prototype various ways of doing this and found various ways not to do it. It would be in my player camera movement component, C++. There we go. Sorry about that. Right. That's WADS, that's pan, that's scroll. Okay. So what we're going to do for this is we're going to do int 32. Okay. Viewport size X. Int, screw this. Viewport size Y. Player. No. How did I do it down here? This is how I did it down here. Boink. Okay. Then we want to do get viewport size. And then we'll do view size X, view size Y. Okay, there we are. And then we need to get the mouse position, which will be float. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing there. Float of type mouse position, or name mouse position X, and mouse position Y. All right, then we'll do the same thing we just did up there. You know what? I might make a macro for that if this works. Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna make a macro. Let's just just we'll introduce people to macros in C++ and Unreal here at this point. All right, define get player controller. There we go. All right, get con. And then what we'll do for that is get mouse position X, mouse position Y. Okay. Right. All right, we're gonna do this as vectors. I was thinking about how cheeky I wanted it to be, see if I can squeeze this into one line or not. But no, we're gonna do it as we're gonna make the vectors individually. So we'll call this x loc, and we'll set x local equal to, and now we need to go back to fmath map range unclamped. I swear to God, if it's because I write code for that like a lot myself, but is there? Ah, okay. So there is a one. Awesome. I want the first one. Can I please? See how you're constructed. Okay. That is not what I expected to see. Get map range value unclamped. I feel like that's a very old version of this. Holy crap. I feel like it's a very, very old version of this. Sorry, I felt that one coming before it happened. All right, let's take a look at this one. All right. Transform the given value relative to the output range. Input range, out range. Oh, I'm misreading this. That's why I'm having such a hard time. I read that as float, not F. Oh, okay. That is me being an idiot. I just misread that. Okay, now that is exactly what we want. I'm sorry. All right, returns a float. Cool. So what we're gonna do then is f vector 2D x 2D, and we need that to be between 1000 and 1000. Okay. Okay, so then it is. Oh, sorry, this is x out 2D. Okay, so then we have f vector 2D. We have x in 2D. And that will be between 0 and viewport size x. Viewport size x is our b on our in2. Okay. And then what we're going to do is fmath, which we're probably going to need to include the math utilities for this. Let's go up here and just do that. Boink. All right, so fmath you were fine earlier. You're going to be fine again. Fmath get mapped whatever. Get mapped. I'm just going to copy the thing's name. There we go. And it's going to take for our first argument our input, which is x in 2D, and then x out 2D, and then our value is mouse position x. Okay. Okay. You were wrong, IntelliSense. Stop being wrong. Thank you. You're still... Oh, my God. Okay, first off, IntelliSense, just to show you that you're wrong. Get player controller, you gameplay statics. Eat me saying that that method does not exist in there. You are wrong. Gameplay statics. Okay. No suitable constructor exists to convert double to UE math T vector double. I swear to God, if I have to hand write that, I am going to... Yeah. Oh. Huh. Cool. $1 million question. It is a capital D. I flipping hate this. Const f vector 2d f vector 2d f vector 2d f vector 2d float. Why am I getting an overload error saying there's no way to convert this? This is literally what is in your API. Oh wait, I want unclamped. Whatever. Vector f vector 2d f vector 2d float. Literally what's in your API still, even though I was looking at the wrong one. Alright, if you want to be a dick, fine. You can be a dick. What I'll do is comment you out. And we'll just copy the same line in multiple times. Whatever. Boink, boink. There, you happy? You gonna freak out at me some more? No? Alright, why are you giving me something? F vector 2d is made of a float type 2, which is made up of 2 floats. Cool. Do you have some weirdness to your constructor that I have to do this with it? There are no doubles. Where are you getting a double from? Oh. Huh. I did screw this up. Okay. Yeah. I cocked that one up. I was getting ahead of myself earlier when I did that. Okay, cool. That was a really simple cock up. Awesome. All right. You gonna work now? You know what? Fine. We're not going to worry about macros. Screw that noise, yo. All right. It's going to repeat this all over again down here. Thank you for doing that, IntelliSense. You were so helpful and informative. Oh, hang on. 0 to 1. And then it's reverse on this one. Okay, and for our value, and this also should now be y in, y out. Our value, actually, can we just do 0 and 1? We have to cast to a f vector 2D. Okay, we can. I just wanted to see how that looked. Okay, and this one for value is a bit different. Value is our mouse position Y divided by our viewport size in Y. There we are. Also, we're going to call this YLoc. Okay, and for this one, float this is ZLoc. So X, Y, Z. So that's ZLoc, and this is going to be XLoc, which is equal to get actor location dot X. Cool. All right. Right. To make our transform, we're gonna jump down here. Our transform will be get actor rotation. Our spawn local will be, we're going to just cool. That will be equal to an F vector made up of XLoc, YLoc, ZLoc. Cool. So spawn local stays the same. Cool. Everything now should, in theory, work. We have a bunch of extra code in here we can remove in a moment, but let's test it out, make sure this actually works. As I was getting frustrated with the typo I put, or not typo, me getting the wrong variable type there. 2 hours on one component. Oh, that doesn't prove anything. There we go. There we go. And now for our final test. Before I can delete this nightmare of crap on the left-hand side there and underneath, we set our speed back to our default. Okay. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. As long as we can see the balls, we're good. Cool, they work. Awesome. That can go away. That can go away. That can go. All of this can go. Cool. All right. While we're thinking about that, let's get rid of the parts we're no longer using. We're no longer using this. We are no longer using this. We are no longer, okay, hang on, making transformation. We're no longer using trace distance. We still want the projectile to spawn. Then what we're going to do is we're going to grab all of this and we're going to go up to event begin play. We're going to do show mouse cursor equals true. Okay, we can get rid of that. I'm just going to very quickly in the other window add a call to parent on the begin play because I've activated it already by accident. Well, intentionally. As I said, unfortunately, I've activated it already. So that's literally what I've done. Just to backstep it. That was there before. Deleted that. Put that in. Plugged it in. That's all. And the only reason I'm doing that again is before this node was active, it was grayed out like these two. But now that we've activated it, it's going to override. And because we have nothing there, calling a super. So all this node is that super. Because we don't have a super when this is unpinned, what this is the equivalent of doing is this. With the super in, let's say this, with this plugged in, this runs the super line. Now our super line is this super line here and then this. So all that super does is calls the function of that parent class of the same name that we're overriding to run what's in the parent class. So in our case, super is saying whatever class is above a player pawn, which is a pawn, run that begin play. And then whatever's in the begin play above that, if it has a super, run that begin play. Run that. Like it goes all the way down to wherever the lowest level is. So let's say it's U objects begin play. Runs U objects begin play, then it runs the next one, then the next one, then a pawn, then a player pawn, and then finally it runs this one. Now this one triggers it. It's recursive. So this is the base state. We get all the way to the time we do not call super. And then we work our way forward from there. So when this one calls, all it's doing is it's running that begin play. When all those supers are done, it runs that event and we're done. Okay. So that part's done. Now let's add in the actual stuff for this. Do we have it set up? We do. Cool. I'm going to be super lazy at this point now. And I'm just going to head over to my player cube basey. Sorry, I'm still mocking the extra E issue. And I'm just going to grab that sucker there. We're going to have to do a lot of changing, but I just didn't really feel like having to look up that code, to be fair. And I'm going to pop over in my other window to my editor, not my editor preferences. Yeah, my editor preferences. No, project settings. I lied. Gonna go to project settings. Now, not plugins. The reason I'm not doing this on screen is I'm literally just copying the word fire, but even if it's 4 letters, as you saw yesterday, even if it was 3 letters, I was paranoid about this step. All right, so I'm just copying the name fire. There we go. All right. And I'm going to find fire event down here. Actually, I'm going to take all of this minus the argument brackets, which are empty, so we're not passing any args in. And I'm going to replace that with this. Now, this is wrong. It's not an access, it's an input. So it's bind input. Is it bind input? Bind input action? Bind action. Okay. Now, bind action has other arguments it needs, and it needs to know, have we UE5 C++. Is this a press or release event, for example? So we have our name. We have the hang on. Let me actually take a look at this one. All right, so we have the name, we have the object, we have the function for it with its class. So I always thought it was after, I always keep thinking it's after the object. It's before that, we need to say what the input event was. And our input event is going to be IE pressed. So we're going to do IE underscore pressed capitalized? No, it does not. There we go. So we're saying input event pressed. So when we think about it this way, hey, there is our pressed. What are we doing when we press it? Well, we're going to trigger sending that thing off. I'm going to cough again. Give me. Okay. So now this should actually work. So what I'm going to do just to make sure this does work is I'm going to break my binding there. And then we're going to close this out. And we're going to wait for it to finish exiting. And then we shall restart. All right, let's hit play. Noxy, if you're here, why is some of that hair really realistic and some of it less realistic? Also, his torso is way too small for his body. I'm slightly horrified by some of the images I'm seeing. Sorry, there is a in progress thing in my server that I'm just looking at, and yeah. All right, so this should still work. Hey, look, it still works. Why is this working? Well, because we have now bound the fire event here, which doesn't actually need to be there either, to our blueprint. Oh, sorry, to our thingamajigger. Now, we probably do want to create a lifetime for our things. Now, the great part about this is for our projectiles, our lifetime will be defined by its collision. When it collides with something, it will run an event, and then it will die. So we need to actually we need to think about, the next thing we need to think about, and we're not going to have time to do it today probably, mostly because my stomach is now acting up again, is we need to consider a interaction master of some sort, because our obstacles are going to create an interaction event. We're going to have pickups. All right, let me just go through this in my head. We have the targets, which are typically triangles, which I made the triangle shape. We have our obstacles, which are usually either, well, they're the same thing, either just sideways or up and down. We have the object. What's the other one we have? Why is there glue there? We have the objects for obstacles. We have the thing. We have the danglies for obstacles. We don't worry about those. Those are going to have a physics difference. All right, they all respond to getting hit by the player and by targets or by the projectiles. We're going to have the pickups, which respond to getting hit by the projectile only. So we could create a class that has a Boolean flag in there. And I actually do need to step away from the computer. I am sorry. Give me a moment. Sorry about that. Ended up being two different issues occurring. Had to help my neighbor find something really quickly that was misplaced, and yeah, that's why that took so long. Jesus. Oh, I can only smell that. It's tobacco, by the way. It was a tobacco pouch. It was misplaced. They thought we had swapped pouches. No, I left my pouch and got a new one. Yes, I am slowly quitting, but hey. Right, so we need to do an oh my god, I gotta remember to take away the dang text. Interaction master. Right, the way we're gonna tackle that one. Sorry, I am trying not to cough. Oh my god. Right. The way we're going to tackle that one is we are going to create a parent for it because it is a master, like I've said. Sorry, just moving my self back up into a proper seated position because this chair is definitely busted more than usual. And has been for a few days now. And so is this arm. I need to replace the actual arm I use for this mic. Like it literally just came out of the thing while I was moving it. Okay, there we go. That should be better. Sorry about any of the loud noises you might have heard vibrating through the mic. So, our interaction master. Does anything not respond to being hit by the projectiles? No. Everything responds to that. Does anything not respond to being hit by the player? Yes. Interactables don't. So pickups don't. They only respond to bullets. So we only need one Boolean flag, and that one Boolean flag will be for our it'll be actor, by the way. It'll be for our thing. That's so descriptive, I realize. All right, we're gonna call this interactable a bully master. Okay, let's create this class. Let's do its thing. It's not done yet. Now it's done. Now we can reload all. Yes, we will stop debugging. All right. And then we are going to go over to the interactable master header here. We will, under the constructor, add in a private attribute that we will give a specify. Oh my god, why can't I remember what it is? We're gonna go here and just steal it, okay? uProperty. And it will be edit anywhere. Boink. And it will not be in that category. We'll just put this in a category called master then. Alright, uProperty edit anywhere, and this will be of type Boolean. And it'll be B responds or collides with player. We will default that to true because there will only be one case where it is not true. Also, IntelliSense, you were wrong about that indent, yo. All right, next, what we're going to do is pop back over to our player pawn, because that made me think of something, because it's not the player pawn we need the projectile base. And I don't have a copy of the editor open to get collision profiles, so what we're going to do is we're going to just go to UE5 collision profiles. I just want a list of it, just so I can see the. Thank you. I could just use a preset, I realize. All right, we're gonna do block all. Ow. Ba-bum. And then I like doing that stuff down here. So I believe it's actually the sphere, collision sphere we set it to. And then we're gonna do set collision profile by name, and the name we're gonna pass in is, let's do F name. We're gonna pass in block all, comma, and yeah, we're gonna just leave, we're gonna put that in even though we don't need to because it has a default argument of true. Now that is gonna error out. There we go. Collision. So you always have to use the root, by the way. Can I do root here? Next, I'll try that in a minute. Set collision enabled, and that will be true. Do you not take anything? What arguments are you looking for? Oh, E collision type. Oh, we don't. So let's do E collision type. Hey, hang on. Is it collision type you want? What do you want? What do you want from me? E collision enabled type. E collision enabled. And then we want collision. We want query and physics. Okay, there we go. All right, back over here, we have that done. We're gonna need a static mesh. So, let's go here. Grab our mesh. Wrap that sucker in there. Okay, so we'll do protected for that, because I knew there was going to be some weirdness with a visible anywhere with private. And let's grab our static mesh component header, which we, in theory, we don't need, but hey, we need it. Okay. Obstacle mesh. Cool. What I want to do really quickly is, well, start toying around with some stuff in Blueprint. Oh, my shoulder is killing me. Still, like a week on. I was gonna say the knot in my left shoulder is much larger than the knot in my right shoulder right now. All right. So first things first. Let's just see something. There we go. We're colliding with the surface there finally. Okay. So I'm just going to open up a projectile. I'm just going to go to full blueprint editor. And we're going to do destroy actor. Is that not being called? Okay. I am a bit concerned by that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is undo everything we did in here. We're gonna grab this and we're gonna do on component hit destroy actor. There we go. Actually, we'll give it a delay at that point. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Delay. And we'll give it a 2-second delay. Not 0.22 seconds, 2 seconds. There we go. Hit play. Bouncy, 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 bounce. 1 100, 2 200. 1 100, 2 200, 3 300. Yeah. Probably gonna lower that delay a bit to 1.5. Or actually just 1 full second all in. All right, that is the first thing we need to do. The second thing we need to do is go to our interactable, and we're going to create a blueprint base for this. This will be BP obstacle. I don't care if I spelled it wrong at this point. And we made a mistake. Before we can continue, we're gonna save everything. We're gonna close this out, and we need to actually need to have a box collision and a root. And we need to set up our root and the box collision, which will be one and the same, and our static mesh, which we completely forgot to do. So I'm going to grab this. I don't want a sphere component, but I want a box component. And, or cube. Is it box or cube? I think it's box. Yeah, it's box. And then we're going to come back here. We're going to drag this with us. And that's going to be a U box component. Cool. All right, U box component, and this will be collision box. All right, let's head over to our thing. This should not be ticking, actually. No, we actually do need this to. Okay, we'll think about that one in a moment. Right, so we're just going to repeat what we did here, which is set up the default thing, but I want to go here. So I was looking for was the box name. All right, we're going to do equals create default sub object. The sub object we're creating is a box or U box component. Okay, and is it F name or F text? Text, cool. Text collision box. All right, we're going to take our collision box and we're going to do set. We're just going to search for the word root. Oh wait, hang on. Set root component collision box. Cool. Now, is there anything else actually? Because I can't remember now. Nope, not really. Cool. Right. So then we're gonna do the same for our static mesh, or our obstacle mesh, as we're calling it. It's gonna be create default sub object of U static mesh component, and text will be obstacle. You know, I don't care. Obstacle mesh, whatever. Typos exist, yo. And then it will be attach component, which I can never remember. Name That's the one where we have to use the pointer. Okay, obstacle mesh, attach component, or set up attachment. Literally just looked at it. And that'll be to collision box. There we go. All right. I'm just going to copy these 2 lines as I was looking for. Thank you. Ooh, wrong one. Paste those in there. Change out that for collision box. There we go. Okay. Now we can actually do the test I was going to do a moment ago. Now I'm going to do this test poorly because I'm going to cast. Now in the actual final version, I won't be casting. But we'll talk about that in just a moment. Did I just put it in the wrong thing? I did. Smash hit. No, no, no. Core. Go there. Core. Actors. Okay. Let's drop that in there. All right. Now let's pop this open. Cool. Let's add a cube. Let's add the smaller cube. Thank you. And we'll do MI obstacle. There we go. Cool. Drag this onto the map. I am not a fan of that. That's kind of cool. Sorry, I just, yeah. Okay, we'll go with 0.5. Actually, we'll go with 0.75. Nope, 0.6. That's about right. 0.7. 0.66, 0.65, 0.64, 0.63. Okay. Oh, no, duh. It's literally 64. Half height. Okay, just looked at the box of stents. Sorry, I forgot some of the most basic things in the world right then. Cool. Let's drag that onto our map. And let's up the scale to 2 for now. There we go. Say hello to our little friend there, right? Our little QB. So when we hit play... Oh, where the hell is that cube, actually? You're all the way at the far end. We're not going to go that long. Yoink. And go to top view. Yoink. And we... Okay. That should be near enough for me to not hate myself. All right, so there's our target. Now, if we start shooting... Nothing's going to happen. I mean, I've hit it a couple of times. And, what we're going to do is... We're going to grab that collision box. We're going to do on component hit. And we're going to do is... get player pawn, and we're going to check, are these things equal? Okay. We're going to have a branch there. If they are, then we'll have a player death. We'll take care of that later on. If they're not, we're going to take from this as well, and we're going to do, is it equal to, and actually what we'll do is, because I don't have a way to check if it's equal, we will do a cast to BP to obstacle. Sorry, that is on the wrong thing. Other actor is what I meant to pull from. Cast to BP obstacle. Make this a pure cast just for the point of this thing. If this is false, then we're doing this down here. Boinky. Right. There we go. Now again, I will be removing the cast in the actual final version of this. I just want to see if my idea works. If true, then we're going to destroy actor. And just to make life a little bit more interesting for this. Boink. 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 I don't feel like there needs to be one more on each of these sides, but what we're going to do is actually just a wall instead of a pyramid. Boink. Boink. Alright, we're going to do a print string here just because, yeah. That was kind of funny, though. Okay. So, oh, I casted the wrong thing. That's why. BP projectile. Convert to pure cast. Bah. That will work. Okay, so okay. Cool. There we go. So that, in theory, does work. We'll create an interface event for that instead. Actually, was this even saying hello? I didn't even notice if it said hello to me or not. Oh, it does. Okay. Probably going to want to increase the bounciness a bit. Okay. Cool. Right. Ba-bum. All right, there's little things I want to take care of. Let me just pop over to take a look at how I did this on a different one. Let's look at this obstacle base. Oh, okay. Well, I should have just taken, you know, all of this and moved it over. Cool. Right. So that is related to the other thing. We'll do callbacks in this version instead. So we'll talk about callback functions because Marble Void is going to use callbacks. So we're introducing materials and callbacks to this particular tutorial for the newbies when we do it. Dynamic callbacks in particular. God, honestly, writing code for myself, like in terms of things I want to do, is a lot easier than prepping out a tutorial video because I have to think about the different ways of doing it and which ones I want to teach and why I want to teach it. And that really does eat up a lot of my brain power. I am definitely upping the bounciness of this to 0.5 for now. Okay. The next thing I need to do is, okay, well, we're going to actually come in here. We're going to create a new private variable. It's going to be an integer. This will be the number of projectiles the player has, number of projectiles the player projectiles launched. Okay. And then the max possible launched. All right, so this is int. That's gonna be a const, by the way. Const int max projectiles max. I'm gonna call this max launchable, and that's always gonna be 5. Okay. So the number of projectiles launched won't be const. That will be changeable, but be clamped by that value. But that'll be int. We're gonna call this projectile rate, and it will default to a rate of 1. We can fire 1 projectile at a time. It'll then do 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we'll change. Ooh, shit. Okay. We actually have a lot more work to do than I realized for the prep, and that's why I went, ah, shit. We've only done this, and this isn't perfect. We need this one to be right. We need to understand what is going on exactly with our math here before we can do the 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because in 2, you use the 1 as a center point and offset everything else to that. In the 3, for the triangle you'll make, you do the same. For the 4 in the square shape it makes, cube, that was what I was looking for. The center of the cube is the 1, even though there's nothing there. And then the 5 in the circle it makes, the center is the 1. Yeah. All right. Int projectile count, and we will start the player at 5. Okay. So we're actually going to create another function here. This will be a void fire 1 projectile event. We're actually going to move all the code we wrote up there into here and create a switch in the fire event. We're also going to do a void set projectile count, which will take a int called delta, and then we're going to have a public. And yeah, no, I haven't done my normal thing, by the way, of my different things, which will be a u function that is blueprint here and blueprint callable. It'll be force inline. I actually need to look up. I need to look up why the force inline. Why there's a macro for forcing something to become inline when inline is a keyword in C++ to begin with anyway. So in other words, what happened in there's my drink in Epic's design that led them to need to do a force inline. I have a feeling, of course, it probably relates to how blueprints work, but yeah. It's one of those things I saw it and didn't question it. And then like a year or two later, I was like, what? But there's a keyword for this. Why? Like with the other things that I know have keywords for, I typically know the story behind it. Like, you know, it's not optimized to what we need, which you see a lot of with containers, by the way. There's a reason T arrays are better than vectors. When I say vectors, I mean a C++ vector or a C++ array. Or something didn't exist at the time. Like a lot of the math functions didn't exist when Unreal was first written. But the force inline one is the one I actually don't know why. Why did they do this? Anyway, this is going to be called get projectile count. And it's a very simple one. It's a const. It's going to return our projectile count. There we go. And then let's get rid of that extra space. We are going to need a set projectile rate. So void set projectile rate int new rate. This one won't be like a normal delta that we do. We're actually going to be hard setting this one. It's actually going to be a really simple function. Let's copy all of this. And then we're going to do, instead of projectile count, we'll do projectile rate. And that will just literally return projectile rate. Okay. Now let's knock out this second one first here. Even though we technically have knocked out two other functions before, they're just both inline, so they don't feel as real for some reason to me. I'm not sure if I'm the only white person that feels that way. When I'm doing like Unreal stuff and I'm doing an inline, it feels very much like this isn't a real function. It doesn't do squat. It's just a getter. But when I do an inline in, say, my own code, it somehow feels more mystical and magical and powerful, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure if my wording definitely isn't right there, but that should give you something to think on my sanity about. Sorry, I'm just thinking in my head. If you going up is easy, it's just incrementing by 1. Going down is differently. All right, so if projectile rate is not equal to 1. Oh, hang on. Let's just do the easiest way. Projectile rate is equal to new rate. If new rate is greater than 5, new rate is equal to 5. Can I actually do that? Cool. If new rate is less than 0, or less than 1, new rate is equal to 1. All right, that way we're clamping it in theory. Right. I don't like what we've done, actually. We're going to do this differently. I was trying to be cheeky with something there, and I don't like that. So it's going to be void reset projectile rate. And it's going to take no arguments. And in fact, this new version of this will take no arguments either. All right, so let's go down to find that. Let's get rid of this. And what we're going to do is we will do new fmath clamp. All right, and we're going to clamp projectile rate between 1 and 5. Cool. And yoink, yoink, done. Cool. And then for this last one, this reset projectile rate, what we're going to do is just set projectile rate to 1. Okay. There we go. All right. Oh, yeah, you're right. I did forget the actual returns. Thank you. All right, set projectile count. Oh, that's going to be a polymorphic function that will do both up and down. So what we're going to do is we will do our projectile count. This is ammo, in other words, if you haven't worked that one out, is plus equals to delta. And then what we'll do then is we'll leave that as is. We don't want a full count. We'll just do an if projectile count is less than 1, so in other words it's 0, then what we're going to do is projectile count is equal to 0. There we go. Also, if this happens, then we will have to do end game stuff there, or loss of game. That's a fail state. All right, fire one projectile is really, really easy. We're not gonna do that in the C++ in the thing there though. What we're gonna do is find it here and for now, because I haven't worked out what the code's actually going to be for the rest of them, what we're going to do is this. We're going to take all of this for now. Most likely about half of that's going to go back into the original, and we're going to have that pass in as the data we're getting, the location material, the transformation stuff passed in as an argument. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to do a switch. And we're going to switch on our projectile rate. And our default case is going to be fire one projectile. Cool. Case 1. Will be fire one projectile as well. Cool. We won't have a case 0 because that's a fail state case. Case 1, 2. Right. I'm going to do all the cases we're going to have. 2. Oh, I forgot a break. We definitely need a break after that case. There we go. Break. And then we have a case 3, which again we just have a break for. Then a case 4, which we have a break for. And then a case 5, which we'll have a break for. All right, there we go. All right. We then are going to also have count to next bonus. All right, count to next rate. We're gonna call this int count to next rate. Okay, can't think of a better name for it. We're gonna default that out to 0. All right, and we're gonna do this as a force inline as well. It will be get count, or what do we call it? Get count to next rate. Cool. We're gonna do get count to next rate. We'll return that. And we will do a void update rate and a void reset rate. Again, this is a fairly simple one of update rate. Sorry, I lied. Updating that. And then we'll do if is equal to or greater than 10. We should never get to the greater than then, 1 though. Then we will do set projectile rate. And then we will call reset rate. Okay. I think that's right. Yeah, set rate. We're increasing the rate, and then we're resetting, not resetting. It would actually be called update set update rate. Set, and then reset update rate. There we go. That makes a lot more sense now. And that now becomes reset update rate. Okay, so if we hit the target, we increase the count. We at 10, we'll then set our projectile rate up. Okay, and then what we'll do down here is, this is just clearing it out. All we're doing for this one is setting our reset, our projectile count to next rate is equal to 1. Okay, so we have to hit a certain target 10 times. If we hit that target 10 times, we update our firing rate, and then we have a bonus that goes, and that we're waiting to see then is, are we high enough then to go from here to this to this? So every 50 hits that we get, every 50 successful hits in a row, if you miss any, it will reset it. Okay, which means that we have to also consider how that's actually going to work too. Cool. All right, let's go ahead and just make sure that everything we've put in. Oh, wait, no, we're not done. Set projectile count. -1. We can actually start putting these in right now. That's going to be -2. Actually, what we're going to do is literally just do that. Is our projectile rate that we're minusing by here. There we go. And the same down here. Okay, now let's go ahead and test this out. Make sure everything works correctly. That means I should only be able to find 5 marbles if this is to work. Oh, hang on. Well, I skipped one step. We're actually going to make a small change to this. So we're going to do is projectile. Okay, hang on. We're going to do an if statement. And it's if projectile count, and this is the last thing we're doing before we're ending stream, and the test that is less than, minus projectile rate is less than 0, then we'll do something else. If it's greater than 0, meaning we have more in our count than we're trying to take away. If we have 6 rounds and we're trying to shoot 5, 6 minus 5 is greater than 1. Or sorry, greater than 0, it's 1. So if that's the case, then what we're going to do is int actual rate Actually, hang on. We're going to declare this up here. Int actual rate is 0. Actually, it's going to be 1. It's always going to be 1. At least. Never will reach 0. And then we're going to also wrap this in one giant if as well. If projectile count is not equal to 0, then we're going to do all of this. Okay. So if projectile count is not equal to 0, then we're going to declare this thing called actual rate. Actual rate, if the projectile count minus projectile rate is greater than 0, will be the actual projectile rate. So literally nothing has changed in this condition from what we currently have, outside of we're checking the fact that we have ammo to fire and how much we have. All right, so we can go ahead and just replace all of those in here. There we go. Okay. Actually, to make this, wow, you know what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the rename tool, and this is gonna be actual rate local. All right, preview, and we have only in here. Cool, bonk. Okay, now if it isn't, I'm just trying to think if there's any weird combo of numbers that we can get that would Okay, are there weird combos of numbers? Let me just think about this for a second. All right. Okay. Actually, what we need to do is convert this over to an integer elsewhere. So this will be an int difference. Okay. If difference is less than 0, actually, that's going to be -1, to be clear. -1. That's -4. Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot to put the negative symbols in, and I was just catching myself on that before I did this in the actual code. So if it is... I need to remove the negatives for a second, sorry. Oh, no, I don't. All right, so 4 minus 5 is -1. We fire 4. 1 minus 4 is negative. Okay. So if difference is... Okay, this is really flipping simple math here. Come on. Come on, Zach. This is simple math. Just think about this for a moment. All right. What we are saying here is that if it's... Oh my god, I always hate this math. We wanted to do everything inverse except for when the only time when we get back to the other side of it, when we don't want it inversed. All right. All right, I have 4 bullets. I can fire 5. I therefore can only fire 4. That is wrong. That's why I was confused. Okay, let me just redo this because I did this wrong. Are there going to be weird numbers? No, I don't think there's any math required here, actually. Give me a second. Yeah, I just went about the math completely wrong. This is right. And as for proof this is right, I became able retentive enough to do the entire set of math. I mean, there are other combinations. I'm only doing the set for one of them, but still. Okay, so that's what we're doing here, mathematically speaking. We still do need the difference. Then we need to take the projectile rate plus the difference, which will result in a whole number of some sort. And actual rate is equal to that then. Okay, there we go. That should actually do all the math that I was trying to do earlier. Let's compile this thing and see if it works. So basically we should see no change until I hit the mouse button a 6th time on the map. If we see that it doesn't, if nothing happens at the 6th button press, then hey, everything is a-okay in our base here. Ready, steady, Freddy. Oh, hey, is my obstacle gone? Okay, fine, be that way. See if I care. Okay. Okay, see if I care, right? All right. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't care, it's over the edge. All right. 12 and 18. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there we go. I can't fire anymore. Okay. Which also means that when we actually hit the thing, we can then have, and I'm going to just demonstrate this really quickly. That's the wrong thing. Thank you. When we do this, and again, I shouldn't be casting, but we're going to cast this, for example, cast to BP player pawn. Let's convert this to a pure cast just to save a little bit of something. Not that it matters with what we're doing, or in Blueprint, really. I mean, in theory, then we could just tuck that into there, but I'm doing this purely for demo. We will do set What the hell do we name the thing? Set projectile count. So whoa. That actually should be public. Oh, we're gonna create an interface wrapper for it. Cool. Really quickly, just to demonstrate this. Custom. Ooh. Thought I right-clicked first. Custom. Reset wrapper. What do we need in here? We need set projectile set rate. Set plate. It's protected. Oh, it's not blueprint callable. Okay. Well, I won't demonstrate that as my final bit for today. But we can start then creating our fail state situations. Or not our fail state, but our injury states that lead into the death state stroke fail state. And we also need to work on the callbacks for this and make a dynamic callback that we'll include in that one. And then we're on to the UI and then procedural generation. So honestly, also we need to really get that more aligned with the position of the mouse, because it's going to become a nightmare down the road to get that to work correctly. Let me see how well I can do this. Let me get that top right corner. See? It's a bit tricky, and we need to get that alignment right before we can do the rest of the projectile stuff, because everything else is going to rely on that. All right, so that takes us through everything that I was going to do it takes us through our 4 hours today. We will have of course, our usual tutorial out on Monday for the survival series, where we are moving into our day and night cycles. I think we've done both the cloud videos now. And after that, of course, then we have our dynamic weather system that builds out from that. So we need all those parts to actually build the dynamic weather system. And then next Friday, we will have our usual stream, I believe. On Saturday, there is a chance that we might not have our stream. Sam, hey again, man. How are you doing? Because there might be some stuff going on. That said, that might change, so I will keep people aware via Discord. And as usual, all the content here on this channel has... Oh, sorry, before I even say that, make sure you join the Discord server, link in the description below. And as usual now, all the content on the channel is brought to you by Patreon sponsors. Patreon sponsors get instant access to... Sorry, let me try that sentence again. Patreon sponsors get access to the tutorial videos before they go public. So if you want early access... and at certain tiers, or at most tiers, get access to the tutorial projects. This is a tutorial project. They wouldn't get access to this. This is the prep version of it. They will get access very early on to the recorded version, which I'm going to start working on throughout this week. At certain tiers, they get instant access. At other tiers, they get access once the project has run on YouTube. And you too can help support this channel, and all you have to do is hit that like button down below. And if you're not already, while you're down there, make sure to hit that subscribe icon and turn on all notifications. Both those things not only help me, they help you, but they help the general community as well. Because YouTube will put these videos out there, will advertise these live streams, what have you, based on likes, comments, and returning viewers. So if you struggle to find content and you found me and you think my stuff works, well, help other people in the community by liking it. Because that means it's more likely to be advertised to other people looking for similar content to you. And as I mentioned, if you don't want to miss things, because, hey, I was late yesterday, we were a bit delayed today, but that was just more due to YouTube taking ages to recognize OBS. Last night was a bit different with my computer or my router going, yeah. But yeah, that subscribe and notify icon will make sure you are here for the live streams and you know when new tutorials are out. Hint, hint, I plan on releasing some not on the normal schedule coming up soon. You didn't hear me say that. Go spread the rumors, though, because they are, well, they're not rumors. They're very true, and you did hear me say it, so technically it's not a rumor, but go spread it. I'll be, at some point, releasing videos, not on my normal day. Yeah. Stay tuned for that. And again, if you want to take your support a bit further, you've heard all the benefits. Consider becoming a Patreon sponsor. All right. Now, all of that said, either way, I look forward to seeing you in the next video or the next live stream, and I hope that you have a wonderful day.